Why is the first message in my chat inflation soypog or soyrus? And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people soyrusing immediately afterwards. I assume it's like inflation of the soyruses. I hope it's not like you know. I mean, look, I'm not here to judge, but maybe a little out of left pocket. Let's put it that way. There was walrus inflation. You know what? Fair enough. Will of the people. Google walrus inflation if you want to know more. Hello, Repute. Hello, 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 Silver Sister. Hello, Silver. Hello, Day. Hello, Huli. Hello, Aman. Hello, The Real Decoy. Hello, Hey Denna. Hello, Slang. Hope you're all doing well. A 7-day watch streak from Day. 7-stream watch streak from Day. A whole week. That's true. That is correct. I can't fault you for that. It's 7 days worth of Day watching. Your PC almost died on you last night. That's a scary thought, Slang. That's a scary thought. I hope you're doing right. You don't want to be replacing your PC parts in this economy when RAM costs 500% more or whatever. And there's not enough graphics cards going around. Hello, Alduin. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing alright. Walrus inflation animated emote. You know, maybe not. Maybe we want to tread down that path. Very good title. Thought you were all out of the devil jokes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I pulled it out. I think I made the joke on Discord, so I thought, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. There's only so many devil titles someone can use, so I had to pull one out of the bag. Hello, JT Jag. Hope you're doing alright. Hope you're doing okay. Jade Uffle, 50 stream streak, my word. Made at 3 AM before I go to sleep. Good. Have a good stream, everyone. Thank you, Jade Uffle. Have a good snooze. A good snooze. Sylvia, you're tired of shit. That's, you know what? That's mood. That's how most people feel these days, including myself. You had to reinstall Windows, but it's all good now. Well, that's good to hear. It was just a Windows thing. I mean, Windows has gone downhill to the dogs, some might say recently. So that doesn't surprise me. I had my first day at a new job today. Oh, kind of tired, but except for more of the devil. Oh, that's cool. A new job. That's exciting. Hello, Shogun Kappa. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing okay. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Like Shogun, but with a Z. Shogun. Shogun? I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. It is like Shogun. Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, I hope everyone's doing okay. We are continuing on of the Devil. Chapter 2. 3 stream. This will be the 3rd stream in, which means it's about 1 stream of actual gameplay. But first, of course, as always, let's get our dolls out of the way. It's a Polish derivation of the word shogun. Ah, another Polish person in chat. Welcome, you'll be right at home. We have a strong Polish contingent, by which I mean 2 people, but they talk a lot, so... you know, they represent. Right, let me get the old... Here we go. Okay, beautiful. Right. Let's start off as we always start off. With the power scandal. What are we thinking here? Oh, Sagat. Damn, Sagat from Street Fighter. Sagat is one of these characters that I've heard of, but I don't know what they do. So I don't like... Anyone in Street Fighter is inherently pretty... He is just the most just a guy, but anyone in Street Fighter is pretty strong, right? Because you're fighting a guy who has psycho power, or whatever it's called. like M. Bison, right? And he's like a strong dude. And there's like, you know, what's his name? The Blanca and stuff. So like, I think he's pretty strong. Versus Akira from Boss in School. I think I have to go with Sagat, even though he is just a guy. Okay, whew, close. But we made it. Will this be the day that we get the full 100 out of 100? Or 10 out of 10? Demon Queen, Demon Lord. Her face is very, generic anime girl compared to the rest of her, like, body. But that's fine. From Maoyu Maoyusha. Or Satra from Kingdom Rush. I don't know what that is. This guy is very clearly fucking a Protoss character from StarCraft 2. Like I don't even think you could argue this guy is not clearly. Is Kingdom Rush? Is this like a crossover between Kingdom Rush and StarCraft? The Genesis sound chip going hard. We need some Rocket Knight on stream at some point. Is Rocket Knight in any way related to Shovel Knight? Or are those two different things? I gotta go with it. I mean, a Demon Lord. You gotta go with a Demon Lord, right? Surely. Fuck. Well, you're not very good at a fucking Demon Lord, are you? Goliath from Kirby. Or Victorian Greyjoy, who I don't remember from A Song of Ice and Fire. Was this a novel-only character? I don't remember anyone in the show who had a magma hand, TBH. Regardless, I don't think any Song of Ice and Fire character is beating a Kirby character. So we're gonna go ahead and go with Kirby. Huge. Okay. Saying that, we then have Mr. Frosty from Kirby versus King of Mons Ultraman arc. Holy! Look at this guy. Oh my god. This guy's a beast. A real monster. From Ultraman Tiger, Ultraman Dyna, and Ultraman Gaia, the decisive battle in hyperspace. I mean, Kirby normally wins, but if you're battling in hyperspace, I gotta give it to King of Mons. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, an Odo Benoceptos from The Real World. Look at this fucking buffoon of an animal. Why you got your tusks backwards, buddy? What's going on with that? Versus Princess Celestia from My Little Pony. Is this like an ancient ancestor of the Walrus? I feel like this could be my long-lost ancestor. You see, Lloyd. You're gonna bring it in. You keep saying that. You're gonna bring it into action. Why are we listening to the BlazBlue Centrification original soundtrack? I will give you first of all. This is clearly Hardcore Uprising, Hard Corpse Uprising, Stage 2 Jungle theme. But I'm listening to it because we were playing Ape Escape yesterday, and I normally try and theme the music to whatever game we're playing. So I typed into chat, like into YouTube, video game jungle music, and I had this playlist, and I've just played it again today, even though we're not playing Ape Escape anymore. So I should have just put on the Ace Attorney soundtrack again. But alas, I did not. And so instead, we are listening to jungle-themed songs from video games. Enjoy. They really power scale everything. Are you on power scale? Look, don't speak too loud, or you'll get on it. They're gonna hook you on there. Raise my words, not my voice. Or it is rain that grows crops, not thunder. I mean, that are wise words. Wise words. But no one ever tells you how fun it is to raise your words at people. Raise your voice at people. That's the bit they miss out. It's like how fun it is to shout at people and make them feel small. Hello, Oxynew. Thank you for the stream title. Thank you. I worked hard on it. I mean, surely it's Princess Celestia. She's like a god, right? Or something? Yeah. Okay. Oh, Optimus Prime, the man himself, versus Virgo from One Piece. This motherfucker from fucking Expedition 33. I didn't realise he was in One Piece as well. I mean, it's tough because One Piece has some bullshit powers in it. But Optimus Prime is Optimus Prime. He's a strong dude. I feel like I gotta give it to Optimus Prime. If I feel like in One Piece, if the person doesn't look wacky, they're not that strong. Everyone I've seen who's like really OP in One Piece is like some sort of wacky clown character. So I think we're going Optimus Prime. With the Matrix of Leadership. 1A! Oh my god, 1A. Jesus. Okay, we have Crypto the Superdog versus Ji Yao Open Heaven from Marshall Peak. Now, if I remember anything about Marshall Peak, which I have not read, but I have heard on the grapevine, it's the characters are absurdly OP and the writing is dog shit. Now, I'm not condoning those words. This is just what I've heard on the street. So I think we're going to go ahead and say Marshall Peak wins this. Against Superdog, yeah. We've yet to meet someone who can destroy a planet in one piece, so it's more likely than you think. Look, but surely... couldn't Luffy destroy a planet in one piece if he has, like, cartoon powers? Why do you look familiar to me? Is it because you just look like a generic anime girl? Nanase Tsubasa from Yokuso Jitsu Yoko Shuji no Kyoshitsue. Oh, okay. That was a mouthful and a half. Versus... oh, sorry, I thought this... for a second there, I thought that was his name. He was called A Working Man. Sorry, from Levon Cade. From A Working Man. This is just a guy. This is literally just a dude. She's directly from the Clone Mines, exactly. She looks like a student council president, so at least a 3A. Classroom of the Elite. You know what? I've never watched it, but I think it made the rounds online at some points, which is why I might recognize her. I mean, I'm sorry, this guy has a hammer, a sledgehammer, and a shotgun, but as much as he's trying to aura farm, I don't think he's going to outpace a generic anime girl. I'm sorry. Guns... oh, they're linked, apparently. Guns do count towards power level, usually. Usually they will include them, if it's like a iconic weapon. Okay, we have Sato from Asian. Okay, now this looks like a guy who knows his stuff. Unfortunately, he's against the fucking Tyrant from Resident Evil. And any person who is wielding a sword, or machete, I should say, is not going to beat Tyrant, okay? Barehanded, maybe. He might have some magical key power. Samurai sword, I'll give it to you. Probably some ancient spell-casting, sword-wielding people of all time. Machete, I mean, sorry, buddy. You're like a special forces, you know, Green Beret Marine or something. You're not beating fucking Tyrant. Wow, surprisingly close. Tyrant kind of sucks ass, huh? He's fucking 9A, Mr. X. He can run up to 43 miles an hour? Why the fuck did he never catch anyone then? I'm gonna get pissed now because it says... he says here... regeneration. It says he is faster than... he can keep up with Leon. He is stronger than Leon. He's superhuman stamina. I'm gonna get really pissed if I click on Leon and he is like fucking 8A. Okay, 8C, sure, okay. Close enough, alright. Alright, you know what? Fair enough. That seems crazy low for the Tyrant, though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh shit, the giant chicken from Family Guy versus Trunks. Oh shit. What a fucking matchup. Oh god. Oh, that chicken was tough though. That chicken was fucking tough. You see how many fights they had? It is a matchup of the ages for sure. I mean, I think I have to give it to Trunks. I have to go with the age-old rule of if it's Power Scale, Dragon Ball will usually take it. To be honest with you, I have a vague feeling that Ernie the Giant Chicken has actually shot a Kamehameha. Like, no joke, I think he may have actually done it. But let's have a look. Come on, Trunks. Okay, we're free. We're free. He's 2C, which is pretty fucking strong. Again, a 9 out of 10. I think this might be my third 9 out of 10 in a row. I'm so close to breaking the barrier and finally getting my 10 out of 10. Alright, time for my new favourite game, which I have not lost a single one on yet. Am I the asshole dull guesser? Has Trunks won a single fight, but has to pull out the fusion hacks every single time? Let me think. Has Trunks ever won a one-on-one in my memory of him? Bearing in mind, I kind of stopped watching after Cell. I don't think he has. I don't think he has. He vaporized Frieza? When did he vaporize Frieza? Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Trunks. Yeah. Sorry, for some reason I was thinking Krillin. I don't know why I was thinking Krillin. Trunks. Yeah. Trunks killed Frieza. Yeah. That's when they did the fucking... That was honestly when they start... That was when power scaling was born, I think. Is when Frieza reappeared and he's like, I've been rebuilt 10 times stronger. And then Trunks just cuts him down in like 2 seconds. And it's like, this is to establish that Trunks is really crazy strong. Oh, it was Kid Trunks. Oh yeah, that was Future Trunks. Oh, whatever. The timeline, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so this is a game, if you have not seen it, where we have to guess what Reddit will say. We'll say if the Reddit will call this person the asshole or not the asshole. Right, am I the asshole for telling an overweight girl to lose some weight? Okay, I have a feeling we're going to be moving hard into the you're the asshole territory. I don't know if I even need to read the rest of it, but let's have a look. Basically, I've been going to school with this one girl for 5 to 6 years now. She's always been overweight. This year, I think she's at her heaviest. She always complained about her weight and how people make fun of her for it. She's loud when she talks to her friend. Oh, is this like she was overhearing it? She's just loud. About a week ago, I walked by her and her friend's in my locker. She was red-faced and looked like she'd been crying a lot. One of her friends looked at me and said, "What?" Kinda angrily, I turned around to try and avoid it, I guess, and she said, "What are you looking at?" I sheepishly turned around and said, if being made fun of for being overweight bothers you so much, maybe it's worth losing some of it. Oof. Oh my god! Am I the asshole? I wasn't trying to be rude or anything. But she and her friends were kind of shocked, I'd say that. This kid, I think she may be like 16, yeah. Like 15, 16. Edit, not trying to defend myself, but I'd like to clarify she was upset in this instance about her mother telling her to lose some weight, and she does eat a lot of food even when she's happy, and would definitely be full. From what I hear, every other day lunch her stomach is stretched/full. Who are you hearing that from? Who's going around saying, oh yeah, I heard her, she said her stomach is stretched/full every day from lunch? What the... This is actually some real fucking sociopath shit. This is fake for sure. Honestly, I don't know. Kids don't learn empathy until they're like 18, I swear. I mean, either way, it's kind of like there's no defending this, right? Like, you've got to be the asshole. You're clearly the asshole. Oh, nice short one. Am I the asshole for denying my coworkers' request to take every Monday off all summer long? I've always thought about doing this. I've always dreamed of doing this. A guy who reported to me scheduled 14 consecutive Mondays off as PTO. I'm not sure why he thinks that's okay. So all summer you will have 3-day weekends? No, sir. Am I tripping? Now, I've always dreamed of doing this. I always thought it'd be so good just to have 3-day weekends for like most of the year. But it fucks it. I understand why you can't do this. It's practically it fucks up the entire workplace. If you work in a team, it kind of messes stuff up. Now, that's in a workplace. Luckily, no one on Reddit actually works, so I don't think they're going to think about that. I think they're going to be like, it's his time off, his PTO, his rules. Does it really though? I don't think it does, honestly. It's because it depends on the job, obviously. But if you have a job where like you have time sensitive stuff, like the job I work in a lab with like multiple day-long processes, and if I suddenly fall ill on a day, someone has to cover. Like you have to have someone cover, otherwise you're losing like 10 grand worth of like money and potentially like irreversible samples, right? So you have to have coverage on certain days. And so if you have someone who's just like, I'm not going to work every Monday, like ever again, basically, you're artificially making you're reducing your resilience in a work team, right? So if you have people who rely on you, or if you work in a team which requires a team to work in, right, then you can understand people being like, no, we can't do that, because if suddenly 2 people are ill, no one can ever do anything on Monday because we don't have the bandwidth for it. If you work in a thing where you're a coder or whatever, and you're like, you know, it doesn't really matter if it takes 1 extra day to do something in an emergency, then it's fine. They are sacrificing their PTO for this, but it's also like, you know, if someone said, I'm going to take off 6 weeks in a row and use the entirety of my PTO, you could understand why people would be like, well, that's really awkward, actually, because now no one else can ever take any PTO off in that week, right, in that 6 weeks. Like, there's definitely times that I don't think it's practical, but I don't think Reddit's going to see it that way. So I think they're going to say you're the asshole. Excellent. Oh my god, okay. Maybe we need to stop playing this game. This is getting too fucking... You know what? I'm not even doing that one. Let's not even go there. I'm just here for a fun time. I don't want to get too serious. That's a bit too much for me. Let's move on. Right, let's do a quick bandle. Right, 2010, 374 million views. It's an easy par 2. A 2010, okay. Let me go and try and... Let me get my mind in the right place. We're thinking... like Black Eyed Peas. We're thinking like Fergie. Right, I'm in the right kind of headspace. Okay. Okay, we're thinking like Flow Rider. Okay. Is this is that not what it's called? Come on. Is it One Direction? Come on and dance with me. There is my destiny. I say, ooh. That one. Is that not called? Is it Look Back? So don't look back. It's definitely not Boston. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not any of those. Let me hear it again. It feels very generic to me. Slang says he's got it, but fuck it. I'm just gonna do. Give me a fucking this one. No, okay, give me another one. Fuck, which is it? Okay, hold on. Is it a? I don't know the lyrics. Wait for the chorus. Oh wow, let's go all the way tonight. Let's love. We can dance until we die. You and I will be born forever. You make me feel like we're living a teenage dream. That one. We got there. I knew it was something poppy. Okay, let me hear the voice cover. What are the odds we think it's me Glorp? You know what? I feel like it's been long enough. I think it's Glorp time. Let me hear it. It's like a synthesized Glorp. Not too bad. Not too bad. I prefer. I think you might be right, Slang. I think they might have got rid of Glorp. I feel like they don't use it anymore. I don't know why. They hate Glorp. You make me feel like I'm living a... You only heard the Gatchy version of this song? That is crazy. That's such a crazy situation to be in. There's been 2 over the past week. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you know what? As long as he's still around. I've just been unlucky, I guess. All right. Enough of this. We both know what time it is. There we go. Time for me to get my wig on and lawyer up. Man, we're almost at the end, I think. It is morging time. It is definitely morging time. Like, we probably have, like, what? 3 more streams left? 2-3 more streams? Maybe more. I think is chapter 2 longer than chapter 1? I think we had to do, like, 5 streams for episode 1. And this is the 3rd stream. So maybe 2 more streams after this? We'll see. We'll see. About the same length, okay. You make me feel like I'm living up. She's still making music, right, Katy Perry? I feel like I heard about her. Oh yeah, because she's fucking going out with Justin Trudeau. How the hell did that happen? Whatever. It's just one of those stories that, like, if it happened like 5 years ago, people would talk about it. But now in today's news cycle, everyone's like, we got more to deal with. We're not going to talk about that kind of shit. Okay. Let me try and remember what happened. Okay, we were visited by the woman who runs the legitimate part of the family's business. And they say they make the legitimate part and the non-legitimate part never mix. So they don't know what goes on with each other. They don't, like, interact with each other. they try and keep separate. The guy from Persona 5, exactly. And she came by. Oh, she came by to so we could give a message to Sasuke and tell him to effectively kill himself. If I remember correctly, she told him do what needs be done or something like that. So yeah, okay. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savouring it while it lasted was beyond me at that moment. My attention's elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. As someone who still doesn't know what this is and what's going on, this is my favourite part of this anime, so please pay attention. Sorry. I'm sorry, I don't want to ruin it for the people who are, who are fans, but only of the parts they don't know about yet. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. Okay, so someone asked me yesterday, I don't know if they're still here because I can't remember who it was. Someone asked me, on Saturday, is this game just a visual novel? And I said no, because it's like Ace Attorney. It's kind of visual novel-y in the first half, and then when you go to court, it becomes a game where you present stuff, you do logical deductions and stuff. So I think we're just about to get into that part where we're going to actually have to start proving that we were paying attention, and actually, take the exam for what the material's on, and see if we can pass. And, well, if that doesn't work, yeah, this game is really good. I'll use a chainsaw. I mean, if you stick around for like, I don't know, another half an hour, I think. I'm purely guessing, but if I'd say about half an hour, you might see what kind of gameplay we have. Hey, cool kid. Yeah, you. Trying to look all stoic, staring out of the window. Oh, God. Okay, we're getting the tragic backstory. Coming in. All right. A little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. Ellipses. That wasn't a joke, making that announcement in front of the class. You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not it's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're going to do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services, or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. That didn't even seem tragic at all. That seemed, uplifting. Anything. She said we were cool. Morgan made up a backstory so people feel bad for her. I liked it, prefer it more like, God, what was that movie called? It kind of became a meme. It's called like Monsters and Dinosaurs and Aliens, whatever. But it's like the guy who's like, at school, everyone hated me. And then it's like, everyone's like, hey guy, how's it going? You want to play football later? Want to come to my house? And like, they're just like all really nice and friendly. And he's like, they all hated me. I like to imagine that's what this is. It's like, Morgan's like, they all fucking think I sucked. And actually, they all thought she was really cool. Oh, that's it. Meet the Robinsons. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good bit. Yeah, also that kid is probably, I think you're right, Slang. I think we're going to get a vision 5 hours from now where that kid's going to be the first victim. State building. Floor 48. Oh god, fucking flashbang. Jesus. I physically recoiled from the screen there. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This will be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. I thought for a second there that was also the mascara, but obviously that's his bruise. That's the bruise. I was like, you got a bit low down there. They tried to yassify him. They yassified my boy Sosuke. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes? It's cakey. Oh, fuck. Get owned, Morgan. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will Sarah... Calm down, okay? Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. Hold on. Sorry, I just had to finish that can so I wasn't just playing with it all the time. Terrible habit to have is playing, just fiddling with an empty can when you're meant to be, you have a microphone in front of you and everyone can hear the fucking clink clacking of the can getting picked up on the mic. Anyway. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics includes getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy land-owning noble. I mean, she's right. She's true. I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honourable how your family made their money? Made their money? Or makes their money, sorry. Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? I just love the fact that Morgan is not buying it at all. She is like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Whereas obviously Sarah's like, that completely makes sense. What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenants to guide her programming? About that. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you get stuck in the tide. I think we're mixing up our metaphors a little bit here. I think we've gone too far into the detail. And that boy was Albert Einstein, and that wind was Albert Einstein, and everyone clapped. It was a nice try, Sarah. Ah, forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And furthermore, we see that the boat represents the church and the barnacles, Neo-Platonicism. That was, man, that's such a good bit from fucking The Looker. What a great game, honestly. Still don't know if the dev hated or loved The Witness. I can't tell. I assume probably both in equal measure. You think Makoto would get along with Sarah really great? I mean, I think they would, honestly, like, these two together, you know, intense comedy, intense drama / comedy courtroom drama. These two together, like, slightly comedy, but mainly action, like, gangster thriller. You know, it'd be him with his sword, her with, like, her fists, him teaching her the way of the samurai, and them having, like, you know, cybernetic ninja fights out in the streets. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you... Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Okay. Tattoos, first of all. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A komainu. Or a komainu. On my back. Fucking... So much for not being a stereotype, buddy. You've got a fucking Yakuza tattoo on your back? Komainu, a guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog? Komeda, Nagito. I have a tattoo of Nagito Komeda on my back. It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or... like a great fierce... a big dog. Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design. Like, say... like a dragon? There it is. There, I knew it. I knew as soon as they brought in a fucking Yakuza guy, I knew they were going to make a reference. Rack up the counter. Rack up the counter immediately. They said the thing. They even have Sarah looking at the camera. In fact, sorry, they're all looking at the camera. I know. Do they do that every time they make a reference? Do they all look at the camera? So good. I never noticed that before when they've referenced stuff. Yeah, they reference... if you have not seen this game before, they reference a lot of things in this game. But I didn't realize they all looked at the camera when they did it. Like a dragon? Like a what? Like a... hold on, sorry. Let me get a... where is it? Here we go. Just get this on screen. Here we go. Like a dragon. Anyway. Sorry. If it's I was tempted to leave it on for the full 3 minutes of the song, but let's not do that. Anyway. I need the sound from the 100-line streams. The thing is, I'm pretty sure when I click that button, 1 out of 20 times I do it, it mutes the stream. And then I have to pull the pull the cord out the back of the mixer and connect it again to get it to work again. I don't know why. Hold on, I can try pressing it. Hold on. Okay, are we still on? Okay. I think we're still going. We rolled the 99% there. Anyway, like a dragon. Sorry, I got very excited as a Like a Dragon fan myself. But there's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. I wonder how many people do you think who get tattoos get buyer's remorse? I feel like it's probably quite low, right? Because I think the people who think about it a lot spend a lot of time deciding what tattoo they want before they get it. And the people who walk in just to get tattoos actually don't really care too much about what tattoo it is. They just like having a tattoo that the design looks cool. I think honestly, there's probably quite a low like regret rate among a lot of people who get tattoos. I mean, as long as the tattoo turns out well, right? If the tattoo sucks, if it turns out like not what you thought it was, or they get like a typo in the word or whatever, then obviously, um, yeah. You had a laser to make your tattoo fade. It hurt a lot more than the ink. Really interesting. Because I know the tattoo obviously process hurts. I didn't realize the laser removal also hurt. But I guess that makes sense because you are literally blasting a laser at your skin until you break apart and dissolve like ink particles. Was it a big tattoo slang or was it like a small one? I can't imagine if you have like a big tattoo and you got to sit there with a laser for like 3 hours. That's gonna be like fucking. Oh, you're right. You know, you're right, Alduin. Couples tattoos probably have the highest regret rate, right? Because so many people get tattoos and then break up. And then they normally get cover-up tattoos, right? Where you make it into something else. But yeah, I don't think I would ever get a couples tattoo. That sounds like an insane idea. But you know, hey. Love is love, I guess. You know what? I'm not going to stand between people and their terrible tattoo ideas. There's no buyer's remorse. I have to say, this is showing my ignorance. Showing my ignorance in Japanese culture. I don't know if we have any Japanese people in chat, or at least very large weebs. But does anyone know what the difference is between a komainu and a what's it called, a shiasha? The other one, which is also a guardian dog. I think it's called something like that, like a shiasha or a shish, something like that. I've never heard of this one before. I've never heard of a komainu. Oh, komainu. Alright, what about makeup? You know what tattoo you'll never regret? Heart with mom inside. Because you're never gonna get another mum. So you never regret that one. I think they knocked out the park when they got that one for sailors. Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous. A perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that at times some women have expressed, and men, no doubt. Oh my god, she's already thinking up the fucking yaoi fanfics. Sarah has already started multiple AO3 stories about Sosuke and some other characters that she's probably made up. Young Sosuke Bosuke, exactly. She is Fujo Shing out. It's true. All I'm saying is that there is a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Mob history. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject may have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history. Oh, well, she must have put you right to sleep. Now he's pouting. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke? Here, I assume you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. Oh my god, he's one of those guys. He's one of those fucking guys. Why do they keep mentioning interdimensions? Because someone told Sarah that measuring a person's 3 measurements is how you get to best know them. And so she took that into account and now thinks that she should ask everyone that question because then she gets to know them better. Yeah, he's like, oh my god, not a Roman Empire kind of guy. Not the kind of guy who tells you that the Empire fell apart because they took on too many immigrants. Can't be dealing with this kind of guy. And criminal empires. What's the difference? Heyo! Nothing too detailed, I hope. But, Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only if the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, He's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhihei, they all come from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh sure, they were basically just big, friendly charities. Then the world got smaller and people started moving around, and the Mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences, I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Gokudo, Yakuza mentioned, true. I only learnt this, when did I learn this? A few years ago? That the Yakuza don't refer to themselves as the Yakuza. It's like an insulting way, or an unflattering way of referring to them. They refer to themselves, as is it the Gokudo? Which is odd, but I guess it makes sense. It's just weird that, the way they don't like to be referred to is the one that stuck around, because you assumed if people referred to them like that, they would have, dealt with them. You know what I mean? Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbours. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured, more like, cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been, in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socio-economic status. House Ikaria is at the top, the Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in an entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Gokudo is more of a philosophical term. It just means the extreme path. It's a more romantic term than Yakuza, which just means a type of criminal organization. They say the Yakuza is shrinking. I wonder if maybe they're just getting more subtle with tech literacy. Well, look, my only experience with the Yakuza is the video game. And in the video game, they say they're shrinking. But I don't know if I can trust that as a reliable source of of information. Because according to that series, that I can't say that because it's a big spoiler. But people are doing stuff which I don't think is real. Are they in the poverty class then? The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put a tie on and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke, if the Rust heard you being that classist. The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city. Yakuza is still a thing, but they just have a much smaller presence these days. Funnily enough, they're heavily invested in gacha games. Don't bring up the Uma Musume Yakuza thing. Oh, but it's so fun to talk about. That they apparently someone made a drawing of one of the Uma Musume characters, and then the Yakuza came after them because they own the horse. Okay, but what about the story about I think it was Sega? I'm half remembering this, so it's probably not correct. But the one about a guy worked for Sega in the 80s, and then the Yakuza like kidnapped his daughter, and then to like force him to like make a game. It's like to produce a game the way they wanted or something. And then he used a crane to like drop a fucking arcade machine on their like building. I don't know if I might have made that up entirely. But in my dreams it's true. So, you know, that's basically correct, honestly. Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere would you'd ever find yourself. Cut to fucking chapter 4. Sarah in the shadows alone. Finally run out of steam. On to the grim business then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on his stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's it going to look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery? A sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adonai. I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance? Don't be absurd. Absurd. I don't know why I said it like that. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Beside which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. On the topic of Yakuza, that one article about the guy who interviewed Yakuza members for Yakuza 3 on the PlayStation is completely made up. I have heard that, which is sad, but you know what? It is what it is, I guess. Sometimes, you know, you gotta accept something as fiction, but still enjoy the ride. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How could you tell? Oh, God. Oh, here she is. One Emma herself. He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh, here she is. Our Phoenix Wright to our Edgeworth. Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey! Sorry. We'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savour the playfulness while we can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all, Oh, fuck, the flashback's back. Slept like a rock. Oh, so that was her dream, I see, okay. Look, I can pick up on subtle hints. I'm, you know... I understand media literacy. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest, more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like, going out? Oh no. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theatre. Right. Well, theatre and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. Would hope we'd progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. A cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that this isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that? Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing persons cases there are in the city? How many deaths get written up as a mod harvesting attack's gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up for work, 7 days after they'd last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker. No close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... What happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I'd pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. kicked into the bay. Might have not even been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap... Oh, that's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So, probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now. I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all in your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Morgan sweating. Sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? Where would be the fun in that? (11:04 p.m. August 15th. Courtroom 48D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact one of the bodies belonged to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in my attendance for my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which make them quite favoured when it comes to prosecuting organised crime. Have you been in court many times before, then? It's an eye for an eye it's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare, the house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Rust and all the rest of the rabble were beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once. What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt like it was important to look at the accused in the eye. To help them evaluate their character? Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in their eyes. A punishment for the jury or the defendant? Alright, kiddos. Chin up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's going to be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. Oh, I do try. Not again. Of course, it's a... Do you think it's pure luck, or do you think she enjoys the spectacle, so she secretly assigns herself to all these cases? Try. Because it's a trial? Oh, tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So, shall we begin? Your credits, or what is this? Hold on. Whoa! Your credit's always good here. Court is now at... Whoa, hold on. Damn, they've upped the fucking... They've upped the production value. Yikes. Yikes. Fuck, I'm trying to think of the joke. I just can't think of it. My brain's not working correctly. But it's like, yikes, this judge must be of the devil to have a court like this from fucking John of the Devil. I can't do it, fucking... You know the joke I'm going for. Whatever, let's keep going. Now, let's crack open these opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. She is awful. And therefore great. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death, 1 was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Oh shit! Cop-killing piece of shit! Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may have inadvertently picked up. Now I understand the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need to concern yourself with. Oh, she's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. Or as ashes call to cinders and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. She was about to start doing Dark Souls 5 intro. She was about to say that the fugitive pygmy is so easily forgotten. Choose the most outlandish words you can, okay? Go for broke. Aye, aye. It's not like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because of an act of violence took place that could only be described as... Ooh, unspeakable. Interesting. Bloody is a good one. Bloody is very vivid. Unspeakable is technically worse, but I wonder if she's going to be like, well, you know, you do want to kind of give them some direction. But let's go unspeakable. Unspeakable. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground. Fucking Morgan laughing to herself in her mind. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the wall, felt the horror. The horror that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. Stocks are going down. You gonna let us say that? You want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch. Hang 'em up. Hang her too. This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show. That's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counsellor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honour. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. Huh? So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime and not let on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Atenai is a master of doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. Fucking owned. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. Fucking... How is Sarah like 30 days old and already an Omega weeb? That is... basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. Exclamation mark docket. What do you mean by that? Okay, who we got? Who's witness number 1? Your name and occupation for the record? Oh, shit. How can that be necessary? If some blethering idiot in the courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony? Oh, they just load the Weebery into AI people. It's like a chip. It's the Weeb version 1.04. Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. And your position within the Ikaria financial group? Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Master. Sosuke, are you alright? Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witness Telly testifying, don't really need much else. It's the first time you're seeing her, but you hate her. That is actually a boy. That is a young, prepubescent boy who is the heir of the criminal family / mega corporation. And we do all hate him. We love to hate him. So he's safe? Yes, Sosuke, he's safe. Like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him. Or standing on a box. Okay, chat. Do we think this is a reference to in Ace Attorney 2? When you have a kid on this trial and they have to give him a box? Or am I in too deep? Am I just seeing patterns everywhere? Or do you think this is a reference to it's the Steel Samurai case where the kid, they put him on the stand and then he's literally like eye level, like you can't see his eyes because he's so small. They have to get him a box to stand on. You think I might be in too deep? Fuck, okay. I think the hologram's giving him a boost. Sorry, I think the hologram's giving him a boost so he can see over the stand. Look, normally I'd say I was infected by the pattern seeing virus, but every time I've said that so far, the game, like, I see a potential reference, I say, is that a reference? No, there's no way it can be. And then I click literally the next button, and then it's like, no, this was a reference, you idiot. Get fucking pranked. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common waif? Waif? That's quite the vocab pool. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. He's played us like a goddamn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Have a look at Rockford. How's she doing? Oh, she's laughing this time. I think normally she's yawning. She is a professional rage baiter, it's true. She's 165 centimeters. How tall is 165? For very important reasons, and not at all for, like, you know, important Yuri reasons to know how tall Rockford and Morgan are. What is 165 when you draw them together? How big is 165? Why, when I type 165 centimeters into Google, the automatic thing it gives me is, what is 165 centimeters in kilometers? Why would I ever want to know that? Okay, 165 is 5'5". Morgan is 175. So she's 5'7". Okay, so she's 2 inches taller. It's 0.0000165, by the way. Thank you. I never got that by myself. Anyway, sorry, where were we? Where is she? Rockford. Assistant District Attorney likes art museums, amethysts, turn-based RPGs. Hey, Emma, have you ever heard of the visual novel / turn-based RPG tactical game 100 Line Defense Academy? Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, cliques. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. I don't know what that means. Is that a reference to something I don't know about? Favorite subject, psychology. Exercises by. Subject seemed not to hear the question. What evidence do we have? Okay, we got the broken bat. I think this is all the stuff we looked at before, right? Yeah, okay. Adonai has only won against her once. It's a Japanese idiom about how there's beauty you can't touch. Aren't I British? I thought the UK got rid of Imperial. Yes and no. We say we have, but we actually lie. Because we have like a mongrel mix of both. We never fully committed. So like a drink, you'll do in milliliters or liters. But driving, you do in miles. If I'm measuring something, I do it in centimeters, unless it's someone's height, in which case I do it in feet. Me personally, I do weight in kilograms, but some people still do stone. Are there any other ones? Walking and running, we do in miles as well. But yeah, we don't really use inches for measurements unless you're playing board games. I think that's it. I think all the other things we use metric. Stone is a meme. What do you mean? You don't like having 14 pounds in a stone? And each pound being worth slightly under a half of a kilogram? UK still in the Stone Age. +2. +2. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather Daisuke's Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down their canopy access floors. He does have very wonky fingers, yeah. This was all planned out in advance? By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevators became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open? With a tool? Leading the witness, Your Honor? He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit into the evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir. So it is admitted. What happened next? Sorry, when I do the Makoto voice, it gets hard to get out of it, so everything else becomes slightly the Makoto voice. The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? His hand here is really small compared to this one. He had Yoru. Oh, don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? All great swords have names. Sounds like a reference, but I don't know what to what. It's a reference to all massive weebs around the world. I hope that clears it up. I am the bone of my sword, Sarah doing chapter 3. When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them and then made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of the testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. What mattered is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant? The decision was made that I should get on a Vitol as soon as possible, but much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful in building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained? Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances. Aha, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it. Needles. Yoru. A pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that situation. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So, whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Makoto's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact-check his description or to get the ball rolling. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's that he says that Sosuke blocked every shot, which I don't think is correct. Oh, look at him here. He's like, what? Fuck, I forgot. There's a timer. They don't give me the countdown. God damn it. Okay. Just one moment to gather my thoughts, if the court will allow. Will the court allow it? Perhaps. But I certainly won't. Now eat this penalty. And let the sugar revitalize your brain. Tough love. Okay. Morgan is so hot. This is true. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's this. Let's try and do it quicker this time. Needle. Hey-ya! Wanna bet? Fuck. I got owned. What are you even trying for, counsellor? I'm just making sure you're on your toes, that's all. That sounds like BS. I don't believe you. Overruled. What were you going for, Adonai? I'm trying to point out Makoto's misunderstanding about the nature of the attack. I just need to find a way to show it. Okay, let's try again. A pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came out as fast. Okay, that's true. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. Okay, maybe he blocked them then. It was afterwards. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of the distraction. I'll never forget the face of those cowards. Uh-oh. They tried to kill me. Oh, no, wait, they didn't try and... Okay, I got it. They didn't try and kill them. They're needles. They were there to, They didn't want to kill you. Non-lethal. Wanna bet? Boom. Headshot, baby. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? The 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him, using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he's accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand, specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? This is tough because my, quote, gamer instincts, unquote, are telling me this is a point where you're meant to confront her. But I'm like, Sosuke gave a pretty accurate description of the people who attacked them, and like we did say like, oh, that was this guy and that was that guy. Wait, he's saying if you hover the mouse over the call, you can see which statement's being refuted. They were attacked by some other party, or they were attacked by Creek's pod. I'm pretty sure they were attacked by Creek's pod. Like, this version of Justitia? Is that actually what it's called? The statue? Justitia is fucking awesome. It is good. What with the AK and the gun halo behind her, and then the sensor bar being the blindfold. Just a teaser. That's what they do when they give you a demo of the game. It's just a teaser. I'm going with they were attacked by Creek's pod. I'm pretty sure they were. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. Minus 2 million chips? No! But 2 questions do occur to me. I think she's called, like, Lady Justice. But that might not be her real name. That might just be what people call her. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is, I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have to have manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would have taken remarkable modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them. So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mics might not be picking it up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony and should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personnel security detail, such a decision is, ultimately, his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. You know what? Dare I say it? I'm coming around on Makoto. Maybe he is kind of a nice kid under all of it. You know, like, he's very malleable, and obviously he's been grown up in a very, very strict environment that makes him act like an asshole. No, I don't think he pissed himself. I think he just means he got very flushed and panicky. I don't think he means he literally pissed himself. But he's willing to admit his flaws. And, you know, like, admit, yeah, we would have been safe, but I influenced him. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part, per se. Just an error of judgment. Huh? Counselor Morgan. What's up? You can just disconnect the call if... Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Huh? So that's your angle? We can't all be as naturally gifted as extracting valuable testimony out of a spoiled brat, says Emma. But I can follow her example, insult their pride, and these Ikarias snap back, as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess that people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honour. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here or I'm walking into a trap. Ah, screw it. All in on the former. Needle guns. You know what they should be able to do here is you should be able to click on this and see the prompts here. I think I've said it before, but I know you can change the timings in the options, but even being the default, it's not a lot of time to like read the prompts on each of the cards. So if you were able to hover over them here and read the prompts here when each of them come up, I think that would prime you, so you wouldn't have to like try and remember what's on them. Sosuke's medical records, like, cause like I can't remember what the medical records has. I mean, I guess I can look at evidence, but like it's a bit of a clunky way of doing it. Medical records. Let's have a look. Blood from various sources. Numerous bones in left hand broken. Slight lacerations found in left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and the skull. But we don't know how much of these are from torture or the fight. Largest wound found in the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. I guess if they mention any of these things, we know it's fake because these happened after he got captured by the police. Okay. Needles. So we have needle gun, medical record, needles. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles at the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Mock him if you dare for being captured. But that's not a failure, not by any general's definition of the word. Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Okay, so it's that he said he didn't sustain a single injury because he was in fact shot with a needle gun. Fuck. Medical records? I think I got it wrong. I don't know if needle... Okay, good. Unscathed is the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, Counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Bloods' den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical records clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. No, his testimony's been contradicted. We're gonna push here. Of course it does. How so? Oh, fuck. Try to think before you speak, Counselor. This adjutant has enough trouble staying focused as is. Okay, they kind of fucked me up here because I don't know where Morgan's going with this. I also don't know why she's doing this. So I'm kind of like, sure. Well, it may be true this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you have had him identify for the court. The katana. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't care that you broke your left hand. Classic video. Yoru. Yoru. Its name is Yoru. We get it. Did you have a point to make, Counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense, gathered what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the sword's prints. Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, Counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has 2 hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh, yeah, he did say that. So did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know, I can recite all of my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense, an act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held in captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Creek. Oh shit! Our poor victim, Creek, of course. They've upped the visual design. What do you mean? Sosuke was not unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. It is of the Devil 2.0, it's true. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. Withdraw. Either voluntarily or in response to an objection sustained by a judge, attorneys may withdraw their comments. Officially, juries are to disregard any comment that should have been withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. Which I'm sure has never worked in the history of it ever being used. Oh, we've got a new profile. Oh, AD, of course. Auto-dependent adjutant likes mountain air, gymnasts, luxury. Dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts always returned. I knew I liked you. Agi. And fave quote, let he who is without sin play first or draw first. Is that a fucking Magic the Gathering reference? Based. They grabbed the sword with gloves, or they grabbed it by the blade or the hilt. Seems like there's a way out of this. Yeah. I doubt they'd grab it with a hilt, but yeah, they could have gloves on. That is true. I assume Emma's going to bring that up. Let's see. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. A worm? In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. Wrong thing, Emma. Rookie mistake. That's a raise. Because Makoto has a scabbard. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Did she just say, oh worm? She did. Your sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator as I landed on my... Oh shit, it's in black and white. Persona 5 reference? Rare. I see. And since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood... Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with him. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. Oh shit! By putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it. She fucking jumped out of the frame. Oh, stocks are down. What a load of bullshit. And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. She does have an advantage in this score. The game is very stylish. I'm excited to see how they go about it in like 3, 4, and 5. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... Oh, shit! The people. Oh my, hold on. Banger alert. They heard what I said about episode 1 and they've amped the music up. The people are more than ready to counter if it pleases the court. It's fucking half Ace Attorney, half Umineko. With the fucking harpsichord. Uh-oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. This is a fucking banger. Can I fucking turn the music up? I need this shit. I need this shit banging. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With a foundation this weak, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir of the House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted. Meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should have at least been able to recognize them. So is the defense seriously considering that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. And with that, let's take our first break. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye. I got you on the cliffhanger. Get owned, Lamau. All right, returned. We returned. Your hot take is that the Lena Rain tracks are good, but they kind of clash with the rest of the soundtrack. Yes and no. Yes, in the sense I agree. But the rest of the soundtrack is more like cyberpunky techno, kind of electronic kind of vibes, and this is not. But also, I don't know. I think there's something about the way the game is, where it's like a. It has like a dramatic vibes, right? It's like this battle between these two intellects in a game of luck, chance, and intellect. That I feel like the music kind of fits it. And I don't mind a little bit of, variety. in my thing, especially when it's for a courtroom, where it's like, I don't mind it clashing when it's like a big moment. So like, this is a moment where we wanted something big, we wanted something powerful as a soundtrack. And I think it works. Right, what am I doing, Sway? What makes you think Creek's pod wouldn't wear gloves? Oh, the fact that they had fingerprints on their guns. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore guns or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Yes, these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were bare-faced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Am I the Hypothetical Wars from Jadsea 2025? Huge fan. I am in... Yes. Yeah, I am indeed. Welcome, welcome. I am the Hypothetical Wars. The person who edited half of Jadsea and also did the song with Falzar, where we sang half of a Japanese idol track from Yakuza 5. And the Emu News bit, of course. Love my videos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. People won't believe me, but I am trying to get another video out. I have an 8 to 10 hour long rough edit of Death Stranding 2, which I just have not touched for a month. The Yakuza 5 track was so good. You love Yakuza so much. Thank you, thank you. It was a good one. I think Falzar suggested it, and then asked for my help, and I was like, you know what? We'll do it. We'll do it. It was good. It was good fun, actually. The hardest part was learning all the words, because I have no idea how to speak Japanese. So I kind of just had to slow down I got the karaoke version, which has the hiragana lyrics on screen, and then I played it at 50% speed like 10 times in a row and kind of sang along, and then slowly just increased the speed while also singing along the entire time until I could sing it at normal time. I'll tell you, for pronunciation specifically, and like if you have to just like not really learn a language but learn how to pronounce or read something, the slow-mo version on YouTube, or like option on YouTube, is super helpful, actually. Anyway, the least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comment that suggests that Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints on Yoru. Unless the sword was, indeed, wiped down at some point afterwards. Like, right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. Just a game theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I bet you know all about flapjacks, Emma, don't you? I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security. And we already know they went out of their way to take the defendants captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belaboured, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? My sweet Yoru. If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with a trophy other than polish it? That's why she got the cloth. The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged it in arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim it with. That is a completely logical explanation, damn it. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean that she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints are on it. Same as I wiped off my prints of every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty, or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest he's being framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I am referring to. Oh! Gotta be the gun, right? The gun says his only prints are Sosuke's left hand. And he broke his left hand. So he could not have shot this. Yeah, the prosecution refers to itself as the people. I don't know if that's true in real life as well. I guess it's true for criminal cases, right? Where it's the people versus someone. Because you're representing, like, the society, the government. Whereas if you were doing a civil case, it would be, you know, whoever versus whoever. The gun is the murder weapon I am referring to. What? The police are confident that this Mag-Us is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person and your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The records show that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tank guy had never laid a finger on his own gun. It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him? More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injury beside the hole in his chest. How did he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honour. Then perhaps we should hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defence has no more questions for this witness, Your Honour. We don't object. Hold on, what are you saying? Okie dokie then, closing the connection. I said, wait, it's so scary. Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I am ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You, of all people, should understand the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and no doubt he went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. My favorite bot, ADHD. Nice, nice. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Sato likes brushed metal, grilled fish, cardamom. Dislikes frame interpolation. I'm with you there, girl. Split ends and surveys. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color? Phthalocyanine green G. Coat. Very easy to sanitize. God, that fucked me up. Okay. Phew, yeah. 5 bodies. All high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while back there. She would be really good at colour though, for sure. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. Stop wearing a trash bag, my girl, but it's so easy to sanitize. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death of each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Anchor Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 PM. The cause of death was... Bleh. The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag-Us, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sung-Ming Trey Trench. He also had a relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 PM. He died from exsanguination, blood loss, resulting from laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... saw no evil. Heavens Miller Smiles, what a name, received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was torn, exacerbating blood loss. He was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but evidently had gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed the time of his death to a window between 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 PM. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like Tanks, Lakers Creek Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 PM. So he was barely modded and stayed conscious the whole time anyway? Damn, he was kind of a badass. But we do have one context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creeks' body, and technicians confirmed it required Creeks' fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone would have been able to manipulate it. And we found the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 PM. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was being jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped? Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Chip, sweep, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have been shot almost exactly the same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 PM. Triggering an automatic 1099 alert, officer down. Lighting that crime scene up like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled with the back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarise then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 PM. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard they shattered a baseball bat. As Craig bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct, as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprit's starting time, right? She wanted to establish the starting time of all the murders. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, no, was that actually correct? I was going to skip through. Fuck, hold on. Wasn't that pretty obvious from just one autopsy? Tank died first and his mods confirmed it. Well, yes, but the fact that Tanks and Creek died first, combined with where the shooter stood, tells us in what part of the room the culprit must have started their killing spree. Correct. Because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters, we know the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk. And not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. The likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence established that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would have been in reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. I mean, you could. I think that's probably quite a logical explanation, actually, because that's actually what happened. But, like, if you're saying someone framed him, that would be a pretty obvious thing to do. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course, but my body is telling me that I was held up in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the blue bloods being dumb enough just to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it is still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to the cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only saying we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick up the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin in his case. Emma and I are on even footing. So, what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Oh, fuck. Oh, we know the murder weapons because they think the guy's throat was slit with a samurai sword when it was actually slit with our knife because our knife disappeared from the crime scene. Oh, yeah, Alduin, sorry, if you weren't here beforehand, yes, we committed the crimes. Well, almost all. We killed the four gangsters because basically we wanted to buy a special mask off them and they wouldn't let us have it, so we killed them to get the mask. But we didn't kill the fifth person, who's the policeman. So after we killed the four people, framed Sosuke as the killer, we left, and then suddenly somehow a policeman died, and now it's all being framed on Sosuke. Yes, because if you have not seen any of the other streams, the kind of premise of the game is that you're not just a defense attorney, you're also a serial killer who kills people for fun, basically. And so there are several times you kill someone, and then you have to defend the person who gets accused of the murder in court, because you know that they couldn't have killed them, because you killed them, basically. Murder weapon. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. Why do we defend them, though? Okay, so usually it's because it's easy money. Yeah, we need a job, basically. And so she didn't become a criminal defense attorney to just defend people she killed. It's like coincidental, at least from what I understand so far. But she basically frames it as it's a really easy job because she knows they're innocent. Like, she obviously, because she killed them, she knows that they're innocent. So it's like a much easier case to prove because she can tell she knows what happened, so she can point out things that don't make sense from what the prosecution are trying to argue with. And obviously she knows they're innocent, so she knows they didn't actually do it. So it's like the easiest ones to kind of get quick wins with. And this time she's being paid by like a really big organized crime family who will pay her a lot of money. So that's a great way around the Ace Attorney thing of believing your client 100%. Yeah, although it's not all the time. It's not like this is the only one she defends. Like in one of the other cases, she defended someone she didn't like kill them. But it's a very fun little twist on that for sure. She's only defended people accused of her crimes twice. Not really consistent. Well, yes and no. Like, it's not consistent in the lore of the game. However, it is consistent in the fact that we only have had 3 cases in the games. So in the context of the gameplay, it's consistent. But in the context of her lore, no, she doesn't go around... Like, in her lore, she doesn't go around helping defend the things of people who win. Or at least we don't know. I kind of assume that if the opportunity arises, she does do it. Because she says in the first one, she kills them, and then she stays up till like 3 a.m. waiting for the call to come through so she could then defend them. So I think it is something she does do every now and then. I don't think... I'm not saying she does it every time, but I do think she does do it every now and then. It's not like a one-off thing. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. Yeah, she's opportunistic about it. And the first one she states is her first criminal defense job. Does she actually say that? I must have misread that, because I assumed she's been a criminal defense lawyer the entire time. What was she beforehand? Just like a flipping... Oh, she's a murder defense. Okay. There has to be a way I can use that information for my advantage here, without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid in my examination. I should probably move the chat, by the way. Maybe over here. Maybe over here? Okay. So yeah, if you haven't seen this before, this is the blackjack game. You basically get to push different topics, and each time you push it, you put more points on your score, and you have to get to 21. So basically, you have to push certain topics and not push others until you get to like the perfect endpoint. On the chips on the top left, yeah, but do the chips matter too much? Like, all you're gonna see is either we win chips or we lose chips. I don't think the actual chip total matters too much, right? I might move it back after this minigame, but I think having the score for this scene at least is useful. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work. Of course not! After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCS would have shown it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed and blood found on his hands suggests he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost so much blood at the moment his neck was punctured, but that kind of wound, that weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, it was there for more than a second. He too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. I think we press. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? Because it would be his hands would get cut up, right? Is there any evidence he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not the sword edge. So it stands to reason the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Can I... Is it just again? Oh, stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast. That would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comment withdrawn. Quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade? And wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, can't say that I have. Now whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. This is kind of risky territory. Because I would have assumed they would have checked to see if the blade of the katana fixed the puncture wound. But I think it's a good thing to confirm anyway. Did you find the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would have expected from such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it is within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match from Miller. Damn it, just because I'd happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. Why did I have to aura farm so hard? And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. Katanas are slashing weapons anyway, so the whole theory is kind of silly. Slang. In the year 2088, who even knows at this point? You clearly forgot about in 2057 when they made the thrusting katana for the ultimate weapon. Rookie. Everyone knows in a cyberpunk future, katanas are the perfect weapon. Katana in one hand, and then maybe some sort of Uzi in the other. I think that's the classic kind of cyberpunk arsenal. No, of course there isn't. I guess we just keep going with Miller. Oh no, we already did this, okay. I guess I'll just fucking press it again. I guess I'll go with Chopin's cause of death because he was killed with a sword. I don't really see what the gunshot wounds have to do with anything. Katanas are throwing weapons in 2086. That's fucking awesome. You played Cyberpunk 77 with katanas? I mean, I would do the same. What, like, you know. What's the point of playing a Cyberpunk game if you're not going to play with the cool weapons? Could you speak more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with a katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part, because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. Oh, hold on, that's different to what you said with the other one. What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after the impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found the wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I believe I can speak for all of us when I say I found that very enlightening. Blackjack. In the future, they'll have guns that fire katanas. Holy. That's the dream. What if in the future you have a gun that fires a katana, but because you don't need a handle, you make the katana just the blade. But then you don't need a full blade to kill someone, so you make it quite small. Like maybe, oh, I don't know, like an inch tall. But then for better aerodynamic, you make it more like a cylinder instead of a single kind of like blade point. And then maybe you'd make it have like a sharp conical point for like rotation while firing to get it better. And then maybe you could have it like have like a gunpowder casing and stuff so we can shoot off. And then you could shoot like hundreds of these mini katanas, these mini katana blades from the gun. Has anyone ever thought about this? What about a katana that fires guns? I was talking with someone the other day about how gun blades are the coolest weapon. But interestingly enough, I always think of a gun blade as like a heavy western blade. I never think of a gun blade with a samurai sword. But that would be kind of cool. Like a samurai sword, like an underslung shotgun. It sounds so silly. Look. Gun blades are very cool. Look, the best kind of gun blade is you have a giant, like, a bastard sword, right? Like a 1.5-handed sword. And you wield it and you stab it right into someone's, like, chest. Like, you impale them. And then by the hilt, you pull the trigger and you blow them off the end of your sword. There's no cooler way to kill someone than that. IMO. Anyway, Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. Oh! What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Oh, sorry, yeah, I realized halfway through you meant my round katanas. My small, round, cylindrical katanas. Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. And it stands to reason the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. Also, surely if it got stuck on something outside, there would be an exit wound at the front of his chest, right? Maybe there is. Maybe they said that. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You take greater advantage of the arcs, Councillor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you would see there's a clear indentation on the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? I check my evidence. It's kind of tricky because you're like, he has no other injuries of note, so how the hell did you get him on the floor? But I don't know if that's gonna hold up. The other thing I was gonna look at was his blood on the floor anywhere? Have we got do we not have the arcs data here? Okay. I'm going to raise it based on the fact that no, because you're not arguing. I'm not arguing the fact that he has no wounds on him, so he can't have got taken down. We're arguing that if you raise, what you're arguing is that the sword couldn't have got stuck in the floor. So I just have to say, do I agree or disagree with the statement the sword couldn't have got stuck on the floor? And to my knowledge, I believe there's no reason the sword could not have got stuck in the floor. I don't remember what the floor is. I think the floor is just made of like stone or metal or something. Or like regular wood. I don't think they mentioned it. I don't think it was a big deal like what the floor was actually made out of. I'm going to say the sword could have got stuck on the floor. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled and then fell face first, it makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught on the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse? Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of, asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, Why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword? That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. It's the gun. The gun. So that's got his left hand on it, right? Ooh. The mag us? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the mag us? That oddity is hardly impossible to just explain. We've already determined that mag us was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left hand useless. Wait. Ugh, that's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. That's why they used to cut it off in the Yakuza stuff. That's why they made you chop it off. It's a fuck. I've just been soured. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offensives? That's right, Sarah. She's so proud of the fact she knew that. She's so fucking proud. That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because the other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. What grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyse the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier just to say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court had questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing over Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer. Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let it summon to the stand. Null, name not found. What? What? Is that a family or given name? What? Yeah, got one big old error here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Well, literally. He ain't here. What? I see Emma gets pink. He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Or where the hell? A star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling the staff is going to make you pay for it. That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Forgive me, Master. I must go all out just this once. Right about now. She's pissed. Oh, fuck, she started the music up again. You know we're in trouble when this happens. Perhaps it is for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple, and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call a summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officials arrived and secured the scene. That must have been Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I would be lying if it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired up a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counter it? What if Emma's also a killer? I can fully believe it. I've seen enough Death Note to know that won't be the case. Fuck. So I'm kind of confused. I thought the first policeman came in. Whoever, like, in the idea, in this theory that's been put up, the first policeman came in, saw Sosuke. Oh no, Sosuke killed him, and then his partner came in and arrested him. And then Reyes and London turned up. Have I got confused? Was it his partner wasn't around and he was the only one who came in, Chopin, and then Chopin died, and then London and Reyes were the next ones on the scene? I thought he was caught by his other police officer. I don't even know if I could find that. No, that is what has been stated. What I said is what I just said about the second police officer turning up by themselves to arrest him is what's been stated. Because in that case, he's not the only suspect, right? The other police officer could be the suspect. But I'm confused because we know there is another murder weapon. So this could be a point to work on. But I don't think it's very strong at the moment. But it would also link thematically with what we've been talking about earlier. Like we talked with the doctor about the murder weapon, so I feel like it would link to then bring it up now. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to push the only suspect. She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. Of the devil's proof. Huey knocked him out after he arrived and found Sosuke over the corpse. Yeah, that's the thing that I think makes it fall apart. She like what? Sosuke kills Chopin and then somehow gets overtaken by fucking Huey. Even though this guy literally just like killed a cop with ease, apparently. I mean, I guess he caught him in the act, is what they're saying. Like he had just finished pulling the sword out and then he gets caught, but I don't know. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only person there that night. I would say as well, I think the music suits Emma very well because she is meant to be like a rich, posh aristocrat as well, right? Aristocrat. So it makes sense she has the fancy music. And there's evidence to show it. Oh, the dark card. Of course, the dark card was there, right? Like, they would have to have done it. They wouldn't have a dark card without doing it with someone else, right? It proves that someone was there buying something. When they are saying the door lock has to be busted open, that was when Reyes and London showed up, right? No, it must have been before then. Because how did the police officer get into the house? They must have opened the door. If your lawyer walks into the courtroom with leather gloves, are you freaking out or feeling safe? You know what? I think I'm feeling safe. I think the kind of insane mind who would wear gloves, leather gloves, to a courtroom is the kind of person you want as your lawyer. Yeah, I think it's the dark card. Like, I guess there's theoretically the chance that they could have been using the dark card between themselves, but it seems very odd that would be... Like, I think the dark card pretty heavily implies there would be another person there using it. What's that? The dark card found lodged into Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent likes attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honour. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold. Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would have been useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counsellor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died, and we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling, when the simplest explanation is that he was buying using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Okay? Okay, so I think it's the fact the dark card is wiped of all prints. Because why would Creek wipe his own prints off the dark card? That doesn't make any sense. The only other thing I could think it would be is that the dark card transaction was aborted halfway through, and she'd be like, why would he abort his own transaction? But I think they've already explained that by the fact they're like, oh, it aborted when he was shot and killed, and he dropped the card machine, basically. Nothing really on Creek. I think we're going dark card. Characterization, Your Honour. The people are claiming the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact it has no fingerprints on it either. Oh, look at this. Evil. Oh, shit. Another new song. So this is Morgan's song. Oh, that's cool. Morgan's theme. Hers is the Jazzy Casino one. because she loves gambling, and then hers is the upper class, like, highfalutin one because she's like a noble. What? If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into the datapad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could wipe their prints off the card to hide the fact they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought their dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the datapad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the datapad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiation tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What are you? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say all these debts, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honour, that is... difficult to say. We've all been there. You know, when your card gets declined, you go, oh shit, sorry, I think I got another one around here somewhere. Hold on, let me find my my debit card. You know, this happens with credit cards sometimes, I'm sorry, and it's too much money to tap to pay, so you can't do that either. We've all been there. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility... That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is he really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled, but it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honour. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. So, Aurea Holdings is not part of House Ikaria? No, it is. The answer, Your Honour, is simple. League of Legends. Death. Happened to you the other day? Had to chase down a few of the witnesses down? Really annoying. Oh, so you had like a Joe Dark situation. You know, your credit card got declined and you had to kill them, and then some witnesses saw you do it, so you killed them, and then some witnesses saw them doing it, so you killed them. You know, classic. House Ikaria is comprised of the literal Ikaria family, the Ikaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others. That is very confusing. No, it's... Well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG? No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in the Ikaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Ikaria family, not the IKEA family, that'd be much simpler. I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City Council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh. Well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both of his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? No, because he's an orphan as well, right? They were also adoptive fathers, Sosuke, don't worry. Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would equally be real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I won't lose any sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life? Parents having to outlive their children. Hello, Weeby. I am having fun with Peak. They've just revealed like the 2 character theme songs or themes, which have been very good. So I'm very excited to have some more banging music in the game to add some punch. Yeah, that was good. We're kind of still in the setup mode. We just finished the first. Oh yeah, and they've upped the animations. Yeah, for sure. They've added a lot of sauce. Yeah. And we basically just finished the first court session, but we're still kind of in the setup. We haven't really like discovered anything yet. And here I thought you'd all be about filial piety. Fuck, can't speak today. Filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killings of all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it's my understanding that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? I won't say. Nah. No, I mean, look, Morgan's already made the fucking choice to tell him. So at this point, we might as well just tell him the truth. Like, if we were gonna lie, we just wouldn't have told him. She said her name was Mireille. Who is she? A powerful member of the house, on the side of Aurea. Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for a whole life story. You'll catch up with VODs again. Enjoy Peak. You're very excited for episode 3 after how good this one was. Thank you. Do you know when it's coming out? Have they announced when it's happening? I assume later this year, but I don't. Have they made like a date? What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that you would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. It's literally just a blank Steam store page with an unknown release date. Damn. So did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client. Do you know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. about the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or as a head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. Oh shit. Oh shit. Morgan's attention is immediately like, what? Huh? Morgan has finally found an oomphy who she can confide in. Confide in, that's the word. She's like, oh my god, me too. That's crazy. Do you know, actually, complete coincidence, I actually killed these people we've been framed for. Assassin work, huh? We've all been there. Get on Enfield, you're deep in the sauce on it. Weeby, I don't know if I am. I don't know if I am. I think I just don't care about Factorio or like Satisfactory games. And I'm so far, like, I used to play Arknights, but I'm so far off the Arknights train now. I don't know if I'd care enough about like any of the story. Is it free to play? I'm assuming it is if it's like, you know, Arknights adjacent. What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? It's gacha, of course. Yeah. Elevated above their criminal past? The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and we need to know who it's from. You kill so that other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound? Wait. It's a sequel to Arknights? It's not a spin-off? Because that would imply that the Arknights like story is done. It takes place like 150 years later. Like, does that not like completely ruin? Doesn't that really chain cuff their entire like plot development? Like, surely now they're fucked. Well, they're not fucked, but they're like in a corner because like they can't make anything happen that would not disprove the story from. It's on another planet. Okay, you know what? I won't ask. I won't ask. Does it? Are there people from Arknights in it? Then, like, I assumed they would put characters from the gacha in it. If I played Gacha Factorio instead of Good Factorio, you would be disappointed. Yeah, but does Factorio or Satisfactory have anime waifus in it, Julie? Answer me that one. But can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation of being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off a dash cam. But the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief? Satisfactory has cat ears or some shit? I don't know. Well, I do, cat ears are a plus, to be fair. Flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk about you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk? The circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford would have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that suddenly you've got cold feet? Adonai. Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. Awkward. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. I mean, she works with one, so... I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kind of things since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. And they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria? Because that would be really cool. I saw it in a movie once called The Matrix. Have you seen that? Her coat is cool with the spiky, fluffy thing. Soldiers and assassins exist. Ooh. It's a very geeky fur coat, if you know what I'm saying. No, Sarah. But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. Bullets are very fast. That is true. I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Tell me more. I mean, he deflected a fucking needle out of the air with a sword. I mean, that's pretty fast. That's at least arrow level, right? I think Sarah would be more like, because I can catch a bullet, you know? Smirk. She can. She truly could be the ultimate ninja assassin. Courtroom 48D. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene? That's correct, ma'am. When the 1099 went out, my partner and I were relatively Center City. We were in jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we pursued. Why can't I speak? We proceeded on foot. The voice. You're right, it's me, London. Police cop from London. Roger still wasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived on the premises about 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m, we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit. We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counsellor? Oh, hold on. I'd like to ask London about why he wasn't explicit at all about this yesterday. But complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defence isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Were your body cams on? Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn their body cameras on when responding to an emergency, counsellor. Oh god. Well. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Classic. Classic fucking police officer. Anyway. I'm going to sleep, have fun, and show Emma who's the boss. Thank you very much, Silver. Have a good night's sleep yourself. Like I said, dumb question. Reyes is also a detective. But she's also like a rookie cop who wants to do well. I think this will probably lose me chips, but I'm going to do it anyway. But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of a respect for the rules? Matter of fact, I believe she did. So, of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of the crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he hadn't have his on. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Why were you nearby? How did you clear the building? Let's say how, like, I don't think why you nearby is going to matter. I'm going to say how did you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects even though there was a 10999 on the 3rd floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's deaf counsellor. We weren't going to run upstairs and try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10999? It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. I guess I will press this, although it's kind of... If I was Morgan personally, I wouldn't really be going down the route of, like, maybe one of you killed another cop. Which kind of feels like she's kind of being like, maybe you lost sight of them and then you killed them. But I guess we'll go with it. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? No, I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Humu. Overruled. What the fuck is Humu? Is this a reference? Any reference knowers in chat? Was that a reference? Spill the deets, witness. Yes. Me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. More than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. You think it's just a weird laugh? That's just what you would say if you were an anime character. Now on to you. Let me explain this other. I'm especially interested to hear how you I'm especially interested to hear how you fuck me. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. I missed out on the funny question. Fuck. What was it? Like, you ask him why he's around there, and he's like, I don't know. I was getting a kebab at the time. From Cyber Greg's. Shall we review the footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Ad and I just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. He says they were eating soup, and then you get to press on that with, was the soup good? Well, was it? So it isn't just one for them and one for us? More like an eye for an eye for an eye until the justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round? Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Ikaria? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor? Wait, Do I finally get to say the line? Oh, hold on. This is happening too fast. Okay. Oh ho! So you're approaching, and they've already hit. She didn't get her Dio line. This hound of Ikaria is obviously some kind of case file the organised crime department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organised crimes, is there a big difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the organised crime unit. He what? Oh, you didn't know that. Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? The Hound of Ikaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards. Oh my god, it's Persona 5. It's fucking John Joker. At each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And that, the lead suspect in those cases, is a man around Sosuke's height and age. With grey-blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch! You got made with your shirt off? He sneezes. Achoo! Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honour. Oh, but I really want to. If organised crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they would have done it already. They should have done it already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defence has once again claimed their client is merely some veteran who's been victimised by greater forces. But the police believes he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Ikaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial? Prejudice? Prejudicial? How the fuck do you pronounce this word? Hold on.
Prejudicial.
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 Prejudicial, okay.
Prejudicial.
It's just prejudicial as hell. Oh, girls fighting! But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary, the case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence? Your Honour, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the fun. Queer ass. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But Your Honour, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time that I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made. Thank you, Your Honour. What just happened? The jury's going to take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us with all the tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that, don't worry, Sosuke, they can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honour? What now? Oh, what now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you, made you look dumb? Yes. He's finally here. Huh. Oh. Thank you, Your Honour. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really? Bye! The redirect fizzles out. Councillor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honour. Bang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Miss Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury won't hear it either way and she has no need to spoil for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against the redirect up to the very last moment... What is this face? Fucking puppy dog expression. Bullet caught, huh? Yeah. Nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was going to say stomach. So exactly when did they decide to make VTuber judges? He is so baby girl, you are right. So it's kind of funny because they excuse the personality by going to make sure every AI judge is unbiased. They put into each judge like 8 different morality systems. Like different personalities, different moralities, different code of conducts. So like you end up with like this combination of all these different kind of people's moral codes. So you don't get bias. And what happens is that makes... if you have very conflicting personalities in that group, it makes for some very eccentric judges, which is why we have the VTuber judge. Now, the funny thing that doesn't make sense is the fact that the robot body being a hot, like, anime woman has nothing to do with the personalities. They just built them like that. So they were like, okay, we are going to have AI judges, but we are also going to make them sexy as hell because, like, what else are you going to do? You know, you're not going to make them look like some boring old fucking bald bearded judge when you can make them sexy. The analogy seems weaker somehow. Yes, because justice is beautiful. Yes, as they say. But because it's not even just this one adjutant. It's not like they demanded this body for like their weird personality quirks. Like all the judges share the same body. Yes, she is also about 8 or 9 feet tall and weighs 300 kilos. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria and brought justice into the city over the loss of its favoured son, Tariq Chopin. Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty. Fucking look at this nerd. You don't have to say that. Sorry, then, just reporting for duty. Name and occupation. Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation, patrol officer. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. Okay, I don't know. I was trying to make him like Eeyore, but now I've made him more like a... I don't know why I'm putting like a sing-song into his voice. I gotta fix that. Huey Rogers. He looks very depressed, huh? Or like very anxious. Patrol Officer Lower Wards Patrol likes saltwater rosemary graffiti art. Dislikes sand marshmallows the lottery. Wakes up at 5:30 a.m. Can't stand mice. Balance easily upset. I levy the same defense as in Nier Automata. This is exactly what androids made by humans would look like. That's so true. It's fine. The court understands the city council has need of you. When I said my name wrong, won't happen again. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to this trial? Did I not set a reminder? I think a P came off her there. Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? No, not at all. I think this guy was pretty hard to forget. You must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right. From where? The start? Oh, well, it was pretty boring. I mean, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So off we went. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echo down in the lower wards. I might give this guy a nasally voice, because we haven't got any nasally voice guys. So I wasn't too sure about the direction. I guess fuck, is that too close to Makoto's voice? Makoto, like this. Like, fuck, what can I, But my partner was confident that, fuck, I don't know, I've lost all my voices. I got a high male voice for Makoto, I got a low male voice for Sosuke, I'm fucking, all the rest of them are screwed. But my partner was so confident that it'd have something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble, even when they don't know it. Eeyore voice works. Oh, we got Eeyore voice. Something bad had gone down, and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner, shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues? Suppose context clues are most of what I use to find the place too, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked? Yeah, and so we had, strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor and we heard a loud slam. A slam? What kind of slam? Like slam? Or like salam? Or like slam? I don't know. It was loud, though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. Up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me, saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two and two together when I saw that man there, standing over him. Let the record show that the witness has, finally, identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at the crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? Search quickly, I assume. Or to prevent escape? No, because he said he was dead. He was pretty certain they'd already left. So I think search quickly. By splitting up, they could search the building more quickly. Is what idiots in movies usually say. Searching is either time-consuming or a waste of time. For him to tell his partner to stay behind, he must have been trying... I thought he said they were pretty sure... Hold on, am I crazy? Did he not say, He was convinced the place was dead empty already. Oh no, and then they hear a slam. Okay, so then they go in, and then they hear a slam, so now they think there's someone in there. So then we prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the light officer's actions. With more speculation. With some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind, and the only reason he would do that is if he thought he'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He would only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... Okay, well, it's definitely not the gun. I think it has to be the fire escape, right? Like, the dumpster doesn't make any sense. I think it's the fire escape. The fire escape? If you heard a fire escape slam, wouldn't you have come running? Fire escapes do not slam, Councillor. What do you mean they don't? For a second there, I thought you might go for that one. What do you mean? I've known plenty of fire escapes that slam. That's why they're a fire door, isn't it? Find the dumpster. Boom. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Oh, that's true. They did say the lid makes a slam when it closes. Hey now. Hey now. It left my ears ringing too, you know. What are you all even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, Sumari, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963. 172 minutes. The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past the two cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it. But anyone could jump from it into the dumpster below. Oh, yeah. I can kind of see it. Boom. Emma's having none of it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honour. Were there boot prints on top of a dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No. Of course not. There's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, that's... I got nothing. Even if there had been some damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai. I'm thinking. I know. But might this not be the possibly the time for you to stop thinking and instead flip the go board, as you've told me to do before? I think you mean chessboard, but that's fine. You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma said there's no proof that anyone fled the scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in the room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the third floor? They would have to have taken the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. For one time, I know the truth and I want to get it out. I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruptions, Your Honour. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue? Please do. rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutiae for us, line by line. Like every detail? Especially the irrelevant ones. Sir, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but I didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot the lock off through the handle and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. Sound system would have been on the whole time. I don't think there's an issue with that. Fire escape, we're trying to work out who opened it. I don't know where that'd fit in, though. Front door. Let me check the evidence for the front door. Was it actually fully shot open? And they said it self-locks. It self-locks when you close. Okay. So I think it's fair to say they did shoot the lock. At least that's making sense to me. That's why it has a fucking gun hole in it. And it didn't when we went in there. They heard the gunshot from outside, but not the loud music. True. Did they just say it was quiet? Hold on. Let's go back. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Hold on a second. What do you mean dead quiet, buddy? Wanna bet? Ugh. How could you arrive to have found the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city. Even in the lower wards, She's pissed. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Or some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear the music from the first floor? Oh. Yeah, almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas, exactly. Well, yeah. Heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside? Yeah? Sturdy door, I guess. Your Honour, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. Then how did he hear the gunshot, Emma? How did he hear the gunshot? But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. Nah. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Check. Maybe they redid the windows too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly repainted. That building has been freshly repainted, Your Honor. No wonder Chopin and Rogers found the place so easily. How many coats do you think they did? I don't know. 5, maybe? Come on, don't do that. Commit to the bit. Go all the way. Say 6 or 7, even. I'm doing the hand thing. 6, anyway. I know. I'm not used to me being the straight man either. It's already... Look, the game's doing it. I'm not the one fucking... Apologies for that slip of the tongue. What I meant to clarify was the building where these crimes take place has been soundproof. Look, I gotta choose the funny option. Come on. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibes. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain why the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Oh! Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counsellor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproofed is not the flawless argument that you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could easily have missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open. Make that guy a hypothetical. No, please, please. He might merely have neglected to mention that he heard the music at the time. Ah, music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Gah. Fasten the uptake, this one. I'm looking at the arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow. But I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first, once you've got one spinning consistently. Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. That means someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counsellor. You claim that the windows were originally closed and only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down into the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot, and we can see where his blood landed on the sides of the windows that faced the room when open. Okay? If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. That's... Your theory is flawed, a far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows at the time of the murder the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Why are you not telling me the thing I'm arguing? Okay. Seen by all officers. Blood across the windows, fingerprints on the handles. I have no idea. I want to say the window splatter, something to do with the fingerprints on the handles. Because Creek's fingerprints are on the handles, and he can't have closed them once he was dead. No, that doesn't make sense, because he just closed them. Fuck. Okay, let's do logical deduction. Do I think it's to do with the dumpster? No. Do I think it's to do with Creek? He shot in the chest, he was in front of the windows, and he was about 1 or 2 meters away from dying. When he was killed. I don't think any of these change how the window would have been open or closed. Open windows, completely open in arcs, seen open by all officers. I think it has to be window splatter. Apologies, Your Honor. Oh shit, look at this. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? Oh shit, look, you revealed her smile. As if they swing open. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. They... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you what side of the glass faces indoors. Funny. Wasn't like that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always come out on this end up on the same side. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean, lined up? The blood splatter. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this arcs data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt arcs can simulate saying that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to... Oh. Waste the court's time? Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we were to prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defence's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof! Umi Neko! Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading? What were you reading, Sarah? Was it a little thing called Umineko When the Seagulls Cry? She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproofed. But she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognise. That's to be expected. I'm no general. Is that a fucking Umi? And I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. But do you know what's on the opponent's side? Ever heard of a little thing called Temple's Raven? The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. The side of the Sorry, I've made her voice too robotic, I think. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honour. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honour, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimony of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence. Yeah. Oh, they're all down now. Bennu. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone in here? Yes. Yes, Giga Chad. Come on. You don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept that these facts, one part of Honourable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. I think it's that gunshots were heard, because the window's closed, but maybe not. Chopin destroyed the lock, that makes sense. They split up. I think that makes sense. They heard a thud. They would have still heard a thud, right? Because they'd be on the second. They'd be in the house, so that makes sense. Chopin was stabbed in the back with a katana and died instantly. I don't think this was really mentioned. I'm gonna say he's alerted with the thing. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots? If the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there? Oh crap, yeah. Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called it in. True enough. I can see it right here in the police's network database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient. But confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really... So you never heard a peep, but your partner... He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed? Before anyone else got there? I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel feel like you're going to say something shocking here, and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused, is all, Your Honor. She's fucking building up, here we go. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly? Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Blue Bloods. People are not happy with that one. Tumulta. Commotion, uproar, pandemonium. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met, she did technically... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. Sorry, that was meant to be Emma. The defense is completely out of line. The gallery's pretty poorly behaved too. You're gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent? True. True? That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of a two-city councilman being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of two city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make headlines. What are you? Time to flex your media literacy. Oh, fuck. Choose and present the article that shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Blue Bloods. Remember, you can reread any articles you collected this episode in your phone. Oh, fuck. They've really upped the difficulty. But you already read them front to back, right? Okay, what we got? We have the serial bombings case. I don't think that had anything to do with the media literacy. With the Blue Bloods. There is a convention happening next month, which was basically a pointless affair because they've already decided who the candidate's going to be, but it's like a big PR stunt. And the city contract, they were going to hire mercs, but they weren't going to hire Blue Bloods. Or were they? I thought they were going to hire like mercenary businesses, but maybe they're like fronts for Blue Bloods. Helium fuel was Dr. Sirius. He's found a new way to make less explosive cars, and he leaked it on purpose so people could help him solve the last issues with it. Oh, the ballot measures was about public schools, acid snow. It might be the ballot measures. Let me check the ballot measures one again, because that had a lot of information in it. And I think it was the only one you had to read. So I think it might be that one. Private institutions, city councillors. Yes, here we go. Funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Project by Chopin, Power Industries. The fund of renovation of reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards. The measure is generally viewed favourably by representatives of the lower wards. Reduces unemployment. Doesn't it also really increase the price of increase the price of the real estate around there? Yes, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. So if he knew which ones was going to get rejuvenated, then they could buy all the land before it and then make a killing. Yeah, I think that's it. That's the only one that makes sense to me compared to everything else. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, Councillor, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? Huge. Media literacy proven. What? Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you... Sorry, on the ballot measures specifically? Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them, and of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it will require. Wait a minute, you mean... you... Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... Who on the City Council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents. One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood property. So why was this found there? Okay, well, the dark card could be there because they were dealing with the client. The data pad makes sense because it's literally Creek's thing. The needles make sense because that's the weapon they use. Yoru makes sense because they literally take it from the sword, so I think it's the red ink. Classified documents, hard to copy, easy to destroy. Boom. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now, but you can still make a reference to P492 right here. Is that actually in the thing? Did I just not read that? Oh, fuck, I literally never read this. Oh, shit, okay. Page 21, pillars required expansion of element domain with proper 345, payments to support, construct, re-election, councilman, long push, colloquially referred to as lower wards, 492B vote upcoming. Wow. I really should have read that, huh? Oh, that struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. It would have to get past the blue bloods. Or through them, with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Councillor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. People are fucking pissed with this one. Gekido, vehemence, wrath, outrage. She said it. She said it? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night, when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. It is a particular pickle. Morgan stocks have never been this low. Walrus is the moment we buy. Oh, you better believe I'm buying. You better believe I'm buying. And you better believe I'm stopping right here. I'm sorry, but we are also 20 minutes over time. So I hate to do it. But it seems like we're not going to get a break in this case anytime soon. Apologies, but we are literally 21 minutes over time and there is no break. And I do have work tomorrow. So, soz. Dun, 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 dun. This song is fucking slaps though. Right. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. I hope if you're enjoying this, feel free to come back Saturday, which will be the next of the Devil stream. I'm very excited to see where this goes. Because it's heating up. It is definitely heating up. Allison. Let's raid Allison. Is that how you spell it? Allison, sorry. It's Allison there, like this. Anyway, I hope you have a good rest of your week. I hope you have a good time. And I will see you on Saturday. Thank you for watching. And I will see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.